Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Watches and Style channel. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. I'm welcoming you to what is only the second episode in our new installment, References and Auction Results, RAAR for short, or RAAR. RAAR. We are going to focus today on what is one of the most mythical and perhaps most aspirational genre in horology. We are going to specifically talk about minute repeating wristwatches by Patek Philippe. The history of minute repeaters goes all the way back to the 17th century, when watches were made to tell time in dark by sounding out the hours and quarters, sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes half quarters, and as technology was developed, also the minutes. And of course, the minute repeaters have remained part of the horological inheritance, part of the horological tradition, not in small part due to Patek's own efforts. Patek remains today one of those legacy manufacturers which still depend on the conventional and perhaps to some conservative methods of producing minute repeating watches. Chopard may have invented and focused on their sapphire monoblock system. Audemars Piguet may have made significant leaps with their Super Sonnerie, which is, of course, a caseback with very significant chambers that help with the resonance of the watch, that help with the volume and sustain of the chimes, which they also developed into a hinged caseback in their L'Universel, the code 1159 grand complication that won the Aiguille d'Or in the most recent edition of the GPHG. Patek, however, for their part, stuck to their guns, still producing what is mostly handcrafted and what is mostly still depended on a single watchmaker's work, 200 to 300 hours of work on a single piece in terms of adjusting and fine-tuning every aspect of the watch, from the gongs to the hammers, and of course tuning in the modern era since 1989, those centrifugal governors they use to control the tempo of the chimes. Of course, there are so many stories that go with Patek Philippe minute repeaters, some of which are urban myths, but one that remains actually true is the high esteem with which the Stern family, and to this day the president Thierry Stern, has held this complication. This is, of course, very much at play when he calls up every single example of a Patek Philippe minute repeater that leaves the manufacturer to his own desk to listen to them and to finally sign them off. And I think it was most recently perhaps a matter of heated discussion and even one might say controversy when for the 85th birthday of his father, he released this watch 1938 P. I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about it. I'm not even going to necessarily share my opinion, but I know that for some, this piece may have been the distillation of perhaps a kind of self-satisfied contentment that Patek represents for them in recent time. For many others, including, for example, the father and son collectors collective, Horologie Ancienne, the 1938 P was in fact the distillation of generations of the tradition that the Stern family has shepherded into the future since 1932, and also emblematic of that transition from father to son, the legacy that is passed down from one generation to another, that Patek perhaps is still banking on today, at least since they consummated that relationship with their famous Generations marketing campaign. Of course, it was no surprise at all when the complication chosen for this watch was a chiming complication, and in fact, a combination of a minute repeater with an added alarm function. And of course, on the back, we see what is essentially a one-off movement, but the architecture, if you engrave that image on your mind, if you etch this image on your consciousness, is going to be with us with generations of modern minute repeating wristwatches by Patek Philippe, which has been increasingly at the center of their complicated endeavors since 1989, which was, of course, their 150th anniversary, a watershed moment, a threshold into modernity for Patek Philippe, over which, of course, Philippe Stern himself presided, and it is Philippe Stern who is commemorated with this limited edition piece. Now we're going to start our journey in wristwatches and in specifically the various references that Patek Philippe has been producing since their mid-century glory. We are going to start with this reference, 2524, that you are seeing on the screen today. But I do want to also impress upon you once again that chiming watches were quite important for Patek since the very beginning. Already in the first decade of his career, Patek has produced a chiming watch, and on and off from then into the 20th century, they have made many chiming watches, of course, first in pocket watch form, and then finally in wristwatches as well. But it was with this reference, with the 2524 that Patek Philippe, for the first time, serially produced a minute repeating wristwatch. The reference 2524 that you are seeing in front of your screen right now, and that has a few different variations, is understood to be made only in a few dozen examples over those few variations, certainly less than 50. And I guess it should go without saying that all these various wristwatches that we will talk about today are extremely exclusive, demand quite a hefty sum whenever they come onto the market. And when they find their way into the catalog, and there are a couple of references that are much more contemporary, of which the examples still exist in Patek's contemporary catalog. We'll discuss them later. But when they are in fact offered by Patek Philippe today, they're of course extremely limited in numbers still, and usually can only be demanded through an application process with buyers, again, vetted at the highest echelon, and usually in a process that involves the final approval by President Stern himself. This is a very important and early example of the 2424 with distinctive fancy lugs, as you see, which are perhaps all the more impressive because it is not usually Patek's way of doing lugs, of executing lugs. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of a mix-up here that I'm experiencing. Let me get this in order. All right, we're back. And it has a beautiful two-tone dial with Roman numerals. This is a piece that was sold in November 2011 for 403,000.9, $404,000 roughly by Christie's Hong Kong. And it has a movement I'm sorry. I don't know why this is happening right now. Okay. Sorry, guys. My keys seem to have gotten stuck again. Okay. All right. I'll have to restart. I'll be right back, guys. I'm so sorry for this mishap. Okay. We are back. Thank you so much for your patience. And I'm sorry for the technical difficulty that I've been experiencing. Unforeseen circumstances, but we are back. We were talking about the first serially produced minute repeating wristwatch by Patek Philippe, which is this exquisite example of the reference 2524. Only a few dozen of these pieces were made across a few variations of the reference, some of which we will discuss. This is an early example with fancy lugs, with also a two-tone dial, Roman numerals at the quarters, which alternates with obus-shaped, multifaceted markers. Baton hands, and a kind of pearled track for the minutes. A very beautiful piece, which is perhaps just as impressive, just as stunning On the back, of course, this is with the case back lifted, but you seriously have to pay attention with these emphatically wide angles on the bridges, which especially at that center wheel bridge work in some impressive interior angles as well. A really stunning caliber. At that time, they were using 12 ligne blanks provided by Frédéric Piguet, or Fritz Piguet, if we were to go by the German diminutive of the name. And you can see this particular example that was sold by Christie's Hong Kong in November of 2011 by an amount equivalent of 404,000 in US dollars. Integrates a very interesting bridge for that barrel as well. Another fascinating example of the 25-24, this is a piece that comes from, again, that same mid-century glory period. And this is an example that belongs to year 1954, with the movement produced in 1954, encased in 1961, and a subsequent sale of the watch in the March of 1961. As you can see from the signature on the dial, it was retailed once by none other than Tiffany and Company in New York City. And it has very distinctive blackened Dauphine hands and similarly blackened obus-shaped indices that emphatically increase the legibility of the watch. This was clearly a special order by a very special customer who, around the same time, ordered another minute repeating wristwatch, in fact, earlier than this one, from Cartier as well. Again, a Patek Philippe minute repeater in a similar aesthetic. And you can see that here the slide is in fact pulled downward on the left flank of the case. Here's a look into the movements. The by now familiar 12 ligne Piguet blank. Once again, of course, exquisitely finished and decorated, even though such movements at the time spent, of course, the majority of their lifetime, of their wear and tear, behind a solid case back. And you can see, of course, that the lugs on this example are very different, much more angular, with distinctive shoulders and a slight flare at the end where they go outward, where they connect to the strap. To connect this important moment again to the history of modern auctions that focused on wristwatches, but also Patek's history, you are right now looking at an example that was in fact sold in the famous The Art of Patek Philippe auction that was organized by Osvaldo Patrizi's Antiquorum in 1989. This is a reference 2524 that was retailed by Gubelin Incidentally, this is one of the earliest records of one that was actually sold in public auction on April 8th, 1989. Originally sold in 1956, a reference 2524 line 1, retailed by Gubelin of Switzerland. And of course, as we mentioned, 1989, which is when this famous thematic auction was organized by Osvaldo Patrizi's Antiquorum, was also the 150th anniversary of the maker, an important watershed moment for Patek's turn into modernity, presided over by Philipp Stern. And they would have been remiss not to include a piece like this, a classic minute repeating wristwatch, an example of the first serially produced reference, 2524, specifically 2524 line 1. And this is an example that was sold for 120,500 in US dollars. As you can see, differently from the previous two examples that we have seen, this piece has seconds on the subdial at 6 o'clock, over which the co-signature of Gubelin wraps around. An example in 18 carats pink gold. We will listen to at least some of these minute repeaters in due time as we transition from one reference to another, but I think maybe a remark here is necessary for various case metals. Since chiming watches in general and minute repeaters more specifically in the wristwatch genre are always associated with prestige, since they are a prestige complication, traditionally they have been offered in various shades of gold and, of course, in a more limited fashion, perhaps in platinum. We will see examples of one-of-a-kind pieces for Patek Philippe that have been offered in stainless steel. But as I mentioned, Patek, by and large, remains quite conservative when it comes to executing their minute repeating wristwatches, which are usually preserved for the most noble of metals. Pink gold seems to be one of the long-standing preferences of the Stern family, certainly of Thierry Stern. It is associated with richness and evenness of sound, and perhaps a mysterious warmth, you might say. Yellow gold is usually understood to be the most even of all. Platinum is associated with a certain high pitch, which at best, of course, produces this sound of crystalline quality, at worst, a certain shrillness. And the white gold, perhaps, is, in that sense, most similar from the shades of gold to platinum in terms of producing a high-pitched and even loud sound, even as it preserves some of the warm qualities of other shades of gold. Now, of course, whatever we will listen as part of this broadcast is what it is. You know, I find myself today in the place of, say, like a whiskey channel, where I'm trying to convey to you in some general terms, in the way of some catchphrases, what is ultimately a very objective, very subjective, I meant to say, experience of hearing. And that is perhaps part of the enduring appeal of minute repeating wristwatches, because on the one hand, as I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, they harken back to early stages of modern horology where they are entwined with some of the most traditional forms of making a time-telling and time-keeping device. To this day, they're also desired because beyond specific forms of handcraft, minute repeaters are perhaps one of the most handmade watches, especially in Patek's catalog, where there are about 200, 300 man hours on a single watch, mostly the work of a single watchmaker who has to be responsible for the making, regulating, tuning of the entire piece. But perhaps what is most exclusive, what is also most subjective and difficult to describe of a minute repeater's appeal is this emotional experience of hearing one in person, especially owning one as you integrate it into the rhythms of your own everyday. And that is, of course, an experience that we can't replicate on a live stream or in a digitized platform. Of course, it is very hard to reflect or relay again in the form of a digital recording how every single alloy, the kinds of materials, movements, further complications, the material and finishing of the dial, how all these elements affect the sound, its volume and quality, and how it would, in fact, be reproduced in various ways in different examples of even the same reference. What does remain objective, and this is something that we will talk about as we get closer to quote-unquote modern or contemporary references, is of course the tempo of the minute repeater, the pacing of those famous strikes, which I think Patek testifies to perhaps what is objectively the best and most consistent quality. And I want to share with you at least a small example from a relatively modern Patek minute repeater here, so we can understand a little bit more interactively how these wonders
I believe that it never happened before. This reference here is a 5539. This is a tourbillon in white gold. The reference.
This is a reference that we will look at, 5539G. Grand complication, so to speak, in the way it combines the minute repeater with a tourbillon escapement, and to describe in the most general sense how a minute repeater announces, articulates, chimes the time. It is in the way that it first announces the hour in the form of low-pitched strikes, and then it does the elapsed quarters after the hour, elapsed 15 minutes intervals with double strikes, and then chimes the additional individual minutes after the last quarter in the form of high-pitched strikes, right? So
The reference 7000.
so this is 5539
Tourbillon in white gold. The reference 7000. The first.
And of course, here, as is usually the case, to get the most bang for your buck, you try to set it as close to 1259 as possible, so you get that 12 low-pitched strikes for the hour, 3 double strikes for the 3 quarters, and then, of course, 14 high-pitched strikes for the single minutes. Going back to our presentation and back in history, we were looking at 2524, the first serially produced minute repeating wristwatch by Patek Philippe. And we were, in fact, talking about that legendary auction, The Art of Patek Philippe, organized by Antiquorum in 1989 to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the manufacture. And we were talking about this particular watch that was sold for an amount equivalent of 120,500 in US dollars. An example in pink gold that was once retailed by the esteemed Swiss jeweler Gubelin. Here is another example that is once again retailed by Gubelin. This time manufactured in 1954 and sold in 1957 originally. And this is a piece that was sold by Antiquorum on March 26th in 2011 for more than 407,000 in US dollars. And this is an example in yellow gold. And you see, once again, it has seconds on the subdial, which is here rendered in a sector style and with a second signature by Gubelin that is right there at 6 o'clock as well. Dauphine-shaped hands and obus-shaped hour markers that match the yellow gold tones of the case. And once again, a beautifully assembled, finished, and regulated example of that 12 ligne Fritz Piguet caliber that is as elegant as can be, even if it is hiding under the case back. Now, since we had already gone back to 1989 with that important thematic auction, The Art of Patek Philippe by Antiquorum in Geneva, perhaps it is the right moment to jump into what is one of the most iconic references of Patek Philippe Minute Repeaters, an absolute neo-vintage classic, and again, one for the history books, so to speak. This is reference 3794, which combines the perpetual calendar with another prestige complication, namely the minute repeater. The reference 3794 was introduced in 1989 on the 150th anniversary of Patek Philippe, and at the time of its introduction, it was the most complicated wristwatch. It features a classic 36 millimeter case in diameter, which fits with the demands of expectations of its time. And it was a case, as we can see from the profile as well, that was supremely elegant, that took after the classic reference 2499, for example, of which the early cases were made by Émile Vichet with lugs that elegantly swoop downward like claws, and that are finely fluted to achieve this subtly stepped look. As you can see from a lot of the examples that we passed by here, early examples of these cases were made by a name who is perhaps synonymous today with elite case making, a jeweler by the name of Jean-Pierre Agman, who was a jeweler by training, who also made, among other case commissions, bracelets too, for none other than Guy Frères, but who is perhaps most famously remembered for minute repeater cases that he produced for Patek Philippe, of which the 3794 cases, those early examples, are perhaps some of the most significant in terms of their distinctive sonority. Of course, Jean-Pierre Agman today is also known for the cases that he makes for Recep Recepi, especially for watches that come under his proper name, the Chronomètre Contemporain series. And in fact, Jean-Pierre Agman's case-making facilities are now integrated into Recep Recepi's manufacture in the old town of Geneva. Such examples, such cases that were made by Jean-Pierre Agman are signed with his initials, JPH, at the bottom of the right lug. And again, later examples of this same reference had cases made by Atelier Réunis. So that's something to be mindful of. The early examples are therefore more desirable, more sought after, and they will be distinguished, of course, by the early case numbers, but also by this stamp, by this signature, so to speak, at the bottom of the right lug. This most complicated wristwatch at the time of its introduction in 1989 also announced a number of important improvements, innovations for Patek Philippe. As you can see from the movements, the R27Q, this is the first automatic, the first self-winding minute repeater by Patek Philippe. And it's also one that integrates the centrifugal governor system into its mechanism. Here it's located right above the 22 karat Guilloche micro rotor, and it is this mechanism that has a gorgeous cap that is as much of a signature of Patek Minute Repeaters as anything else. A cap with the Calatrava cross, the symbol, of course, of the marque. Of course, the Geneva seal on the balance bridge, just as distinctive, perhaps. Of course, this is, again, a piece that has only 120 examples across the 3 shades of gold and platinum, most of which were produced in yellow gold, with about 20 examples in pink gold and about a dozen each in white gold and platinum. Of the platinum, only 8 surfaced in public auction, and only 2 of them have these Breguet numerals on the dial, which you can see on the current example. This is, of course, one that has a silvered opaline white dial. With Breguet numerals. And it's an example, actually, that was very recently sold by Philips Hong Kong in their fall auction, in their November auction, November 23rd and 24th, in platinum, for an amount in excess of $1,840,000 in US dollars. This is the 3794P, one of about a dozen. And of course, they are even more limited in number, with such dials that have applied Breguet numerals coming from a time where that was indeed something rare, something that was ultra desirable, perhaps for that reason. Of course, you have the moon phase indication at 6 o'clock, encircled by a pointer date at 9 o'clock. You have the 24-hour hand in a recessed subdial that is subtly shaded for the night hours, helpfully serving thus as a day-night indicator as well. With the day of the week indicated by the heat-blued hand. And similarly, you have a leap year indicator in a recessed subdial at 3 o'clock, around which you have the month indicated by a heat-blued leaf-shaped hand as well. Rhodium-plated white gold Dauphine hands for the hours and minutes. And of course, applied Breguet numerals. Here's once again that beautiful R27Q, R for répétition minute, minute repeater, Q for quintième calendar, in this case, of course, meaning perpetual calendar. And this is a watch that was sold less than a month ago by Philips in Hong Kong for more than 1.8 million in US dollars. Sorry, I don't know how this one got here. We will have to push that down a little more because we are not getting to that reference just yet. Of course, that was a very recent sale and of an example that was exceedingly rare, as they like saying in the auction circuits, and especially to emphasize the exclusivity of such pieces. We can go all the way back to December of 1990 for an early production example of this watch. For an early appearance, the earliest I could find, in an auction that Antiquorum organized in Japan on December 14, 1990. You're looking at a yellow gold example of the 3974 with a silvered opaline white dial, Dauphine hands, and obus-shaped hour markers. You can see the piece has a solid case back and the same R27 Q movements hiding under the hood with its distinctive Calatrava cross cap for the centrifugal governor and the oversized off-center micro rotor in guilloche 22 carats gold. This particular piece was sold in Antiquorum, Japan, already early in the production, where it was current series, for more than 618,000 in US dollars. But right around the same time, in fact, there were examples in other auctions that were right around 200,000 to 235, so right around $250,000 basically. As you can see, we are consulting every watch and looking at some of the early auction results. We have just checked what is the earliest on record in December 1990, Antiquorum Tokyo. But by the late 90s, Antiquorum in Geneva, in Hong Kong, and in Geneva again sold yellow gold examples of this watch under $250,000 as well. Nowadays, as we come closer to present time, such yellow gold examples trade right above $500,000, as you can see. One sold in October 2023 by Monaco Legend Auctions in Monte Carlo for more than 700,000 in US dollars. One sold last month, by Christie's in Geneva for more than 645,000. One sold by Christie's from United Arab Emirates in March 2022 for about 567,000. But when more unique and distinctive examples come on the market, they seem to command quite the premium in any case metal, really, but even when they're in yellow gold, and especially in pink gold as well. We are going to look at those examples. St. Peter, thank you so much for your super chats. I'm a Pasha guy. I'm a Janta loyalist, so I will always choose the Pasha over the Santos. So that's all I can say. I'll have to reserve my thoughts on other unrelated matters for another live stream, because this one is, as I mentioned below, it is sponsored, made possible by I Love Maldives, dedicated to Patek Minute Repeaters. So I'll talk about the Warhol Patek maybe on the next live stream. We were talking about the 3974, a very important reference from the year Patek announced its intention to become modern, even as they reinvented their own traditions. I have previously earmarked 1989 as more than just any other anniversary. It was, in so many ways, the beginning of modern Patek Philippe, and it was also an important moment where we started seeing this intensified focus on chiming watches, on minute repeaters, right? So it rings true, no pun intended, when the recent one-of-a-kind / limited edition 1938 P is announced, and it is a chiming complication, and it is a minute repeater, because it was really dear and quite central to Philipp Stern, who was presiding over the company at their 150th anniversary. And again, 3794 was not only the first self-winding minute repeater by the brand, but also their most complicated wristwatch at the time of its introduction, combining, as it did, a perpetual calendar with a minute repeater, and integrated a centrifugal governor for the tempo of the chime, which remains the pride of Patek Philippe. And of course, as we have glimpsed upon, even in 1938 P, which with its unique implementation remains a one-of-a-kind and one-off series of a movement, yet still it is based on the architecture of this one, the R27Q. We're looking at a very astonishing and rare example of the $39.74. Sorry, I think I may have been saying $37.94. I apologize for my dyslexia. And this is an example in 18 karat pink gold with a distinctive anthracite gray dial. This particular example being sold by Philips Geneva in November of 2022 for an amount exceeding $970,000 in US dollars. Anthracite gray dial, Breguet numerals, a beaded track for the minutes, polished gold beads with a larger one marking every 5th minute behind the hour markers. And once again, early enough in the series where it has the Jean-Pierre Agman signature at the bottom right lug. Or we have here an example in white gold that was sold by Philips in New York in December of 2020. Having said that, the white gold examples are just as rare and limited in number as the platinum ones. This particular example sold for about $1 million in the US currency. Obus-shaped markers and Dauphine hands. And again, another Jean-Pierre Agman case. A pink gold a yellow gold example here with a unique black dial that has Roman numerals, which it combines with pink gold Dauphine hands. A very distinctive piece which came up for auction back in June 2009, sold by Antiquorum Hong Kong for $387,000 in US dollars. Or this yellow gold example with a unique black dial with a Calatrava cross under the signature, applied Breguet numerals, and italicized numerals for the dates at 6 o'clock for the pointer dates. This example first came up for public auction in May of 2016 and sold by Philips Geneva for $1.2 million. And when it came up for auction again, about 6 years and 2 weeks later, in May of 2022, it sold for $2.5 million in the US currency at Philips Hong Kong. And this is a good picture to admire those lugs that ever so elegantly swoop downwards and that are again finely fluted, and you can admire that sculptural vision that harkens back to those complicated mid-century creations by Patek Philippe, of which the 2499, the perpetual calendar chronograph, is perhaps one of the most emblematic examples. Now let's see what we can listen to together in terms of the 3974. I believe I should be able to bring to you at least a couple of examples of it in yellow gold. We were just looking at that unique dial example that was twice sold by Philips, first in May 2016 in Geneva, and then in May 2022 in Hong Kong.
Owner, private collector, and influential tech entrepreneur's collection of watches to the market in October 2017 in New York. So here.
And here is that Quand Complication that we just saw, the 3947. Let's listen to how it chimes. Here is another example of the 3947. Once again, a 3947J. J for jaune, yellow gold.
Video. Thierry Stone putting each watch. All right. Oh, 4.
I love that no frills contraption they just devised to enhance the sound.
Right.
So here are, oh, that's bad. Yeah, you guys know I'm a Spurs fan, so I'm extremely disappointed that they have managed to pull this, pull off the win in the last gasp of the game. But then we can't complain. We just want a point in the exact same way against Manchester City. So I should probably keep my mouth shut and go right back to, and it's hard to follow on after 3974, a legendary reference really that brings together so many important threads in terms of what people admire about Patek at the height of their powers, at the apex of their achievements. The 3974 in so many ways is one of those references that almost perfectly blend the best of tradition and the best of modernity for Patek Philippe. Once again, their first self-winding minute repeater, their most complicated watch when it was introduced in 1989, in terms of bringing together not one, but two prestige complications in a classic 36 millimeter case, only about 11 millimeters of thickness, a perpetual calendar, and a minute repeater. And it passes down to us until today this remarkable base of an in-house caliber, the R27, a work of supreme elegance and efficiency. The last example I do want to share in terms of an auction result, and that is also a platinum example, is this beautiful number, platinum with a black dial, Breguet numerals, again, one of those remarkable contrasts. Of course, we fall in love with the combination of a salmon dial with white metal in so many different instances, but sometimes the maximum contrast is perhaps for the best, as you see here with the gravity of that black dial as it contrasts with the cold metal of the platinum. Of course, this platinum example too is distinguished by its applied Breguet numerals. Once again, from a time period where such dials with this kind of treatment were quite rare. And this is an example that was sold in 2020 by Philips. It comes with an additional white dial with obus-shaped markers as well. Again, you see the JHP or JPH signature engraving on that additional case back provided. This is a Jean-Pierre Agman case. And this example was sold for almost $1.6 million in the US currency by Philips Geneva in November of 2020. Now, how do we top that? How do we follow upon such an incredible reference, such a definitive reference of a minute repeater by Patek Philippe at such an important moment in their history? Well, why don't we make things a little more complicated, in fact? Why don't we add into the picture a retrograde date hand and a tourbillon escapement? That's how we get the reference 5016. And this is a reference again that is a favorite of many, and also a favorite, as we will discover in our exploration of Mr. Slowhand as well, namely Eric Clapton. Reference 5016 was introduced in 1993 and made until 2011. This important information will come into play as we speak about a unique example a little later. This piece has a retrograde hour hand, which flies back to 1 at the beginning of each month. And a tourbillon escapement. And it accomplishes, it's a little larger than what we were looking at in terms of the 3974. But still, the reference 5016 manages to pack all of this, pack that powerful punch into a 37 millimeter case, which scales right around 15 millimeters in thickness. Once again, at the time of its introduction in 1993, it was the most complicated Patek wristwatch when it was introduced. And this is an honor it would hold into the next century until the introduction of the Sky Moon tourbillon. About 200 examples were made in all metals. And you are, in fact, looking at the most recent example being sold. Or rather, one of the most recent examples being sold in May 2023, earlier this year, by Philips in Hong Kong for more than 697,000 in US dollars. black dial with applied Breguet numerals, Breguet styled hands as well. There's a small aperture above the signature at 12 o'clock for the leap year indicator, and 2 wickets respectively at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock for the day of the week and the month. The date is shown with a retrograde hand on a scale in the form of a downward facing crescent in the upper half of the dial. There's a subdial for seconds at 6 o'clock that encircles the opening for the moon phase indicator. And as with the great majority of tourbillon wristwatches by Patek Philippe, the escapement remains hidden. It doesn't peek through on the dial side, but the watch is signed tourbillon with the movement number. And of course, the tourbillon greets us on the back with an exquisitely styled open-worked bridge. Again, a beautiful multi-layered architecture and a very high-level, high horological finish on this movement, which is the RTO 27 PS QR Répétition Minute Tourbillon. PS for Petites Secondes, the small seconds that we have seen in the front, and QR for Quinzième Retrograde, the perpetual calendar with the retrograde minute hand. The movement carries the hallmark of Geneva, and one of its most exquisite elements, perhaps, is this solid gold wheel that has a beautifully rounded and polished, that has all these beautifully rounded and polished spokes on the wheel that moves the tourbillon. More recently, last month, Philips sold a similar example. In Geneva for an amount in excess of 876,000 in US dollars. As you can see, this piece is slightly larger in diameter than the 3974, but it's perhaps significantly bigger, thicker, integrating a multi-layered hand-wound movements with a tourbillon escapement and also an additional retrograde complication. But I think ultimately it's absolutely worth it. You're looking once again at a platinum example with those claw-like lugs, step lugs that harken back to the mid-century aesthetic of complicated watches by Patek Philippe. I've mentioned that it is significant that Patek discontinued this reference in 2011 because in 2015, in a tradition that they had started earlier, they brought it back as a one-off for a charity auction for Only Watch, namely, for its 2015 edition. And for this pièce unique, they executed the watch in stainless steel. You might say they encased the movement in a stainless steel case and also ennobled it with a blue enamel dial, once again with Breguet numerals. The moon phase has unique details. So do the wickets, by the way, all of which get this asymmetric frame brushed. Fantastic piece that was sold by Philips for that sale for an amount right around 7.3 million in US dollars. A one-off example that was brought back in 2015, some 4 years after the discontinuation of the reference, as a one-off, as a one-of-a-kind example in stainless steel with an enamel dial in this striking shade of blue. This is the Only Watch 2015 version of the reference, namely 5016A. Acier being, of course, the French word for steel. If we are to go back to some of the earliest examples of the reference offered up in public auction, we find this example from an antiquorum auction in New York on December 6th, 2005. This is an example that was sold for more than 505,000 in US dollars. This is without counting an unsold lot also put up on auction incidentally by Antiquorum in Geneva back in 1996. This platinum example that you're looking at with a silvered opaline white dial and applied Roman numerals and Dauphine hands was sold by Antiquorum in New York City on December 6th, 2005 for more than $500,000 in US dollars. Really interesting piece. And I think that heat blued retrograde date hand is quite exquisite as well as a finishing touch, and also in the way it coordinates with the dark blue night sky of the moon phase indicator, but also the similarly treated seconds hand as well. And of course, there is once again the stunning movements with the finely rounded and polished hand-finished spokes on that solid gold wheel. Not to mention, of course, the emblematic Calatrava cross that serves as a cap for the centrifugal governor. Again, one of the earliest examples of the reference to have cropped up on public auction back in 2005, selling for more than $500,000. I know St. Peter said what an exquisite combination when he saw the pink gold case and the anthracite gray dial earlier for the 3974. Here is the same combination for 5016, a 5016R. This is a piece that was sold last year. By Philips in New York. It's an example that was produced around 2001. Its certificate of origin dating back to November 20th of that year. And this is a piece that was sold in June 2022 by Philips New York for more than 840,000 in US dollars. The piece, incidentally, also had a semi-glossy black dial. And once again, both of these dials were actually ordered with and supplied with the watch. Because once again, with a tourbillon, you can't quite fake this. They are, in fact, numbered on the dial, matching the movement number with the beating heart of the watch. So this particular example that was sold back in June 2022 by Philips New York had both a very distinctive anthracite gray dial with applied Breguet numerals matching the pink gold shades of the case, and the Breguet hands, of course, but it also had a black dial with a semi-gloss finish and 9 brilliant cut diamonds for its hour markers. As you can see, there is also an additional case back in 18 karat pink gold if you ever felt the need, perhaps for the heft, perhaps for the particular sound you might get from the piece. That is an option for this watch. Here's a closer look at that black dial with diamond hour markers inscribed with the same number of the caliber. Among those distinctive examples of the reference 5016 that crop up once every so often is this white gold number with a black dial, raised Breguet numerals, with Breguet styled hands, as well as red accents, sometimes evocatively called Ferrari red accents. Such accents are not limited to the red retrograde date hand and the matching small seconds hand, but also the scale for the date, which forms like a downward facing crescent in the upper half of the dial. This is a 5016G, so to speak, an example that was executed in 18 karat white gold, and an example that was sold by Sotheby's Hong Kong on April 25th, 2022 for around 1,280,000 in US dollars. Now, I had mentioned that one Mr. Slowhand, Eric Clapton, was actually a big fan of this watch. And as he did with many other complicated Patek wristwatches, he ordered some customized, some very special examples of this reference with matching bracelets. You're looking at now the 5016 Line 1G, an example in white gold with a matching 5-row beads of rice style bracelet and a black Breguet dial, rather a black dial with Breguet numerals. Very nice and distinctive piece. Of course, matched with rhodium plated Breguet styled hands. A very stark black, a very stark interplay, a contrastive interplay between black and white, or black and silver gray. Very beautiful watch. This particular example was sold by Christie's Geneva on November 9th, 2014 for almost 737,000 in US dollars. But what is even more interesting for me as I was doing my investigation and as I was also talking to people to seek out some interesting stories, discover some fascinating anecdotes for you, I've also come across this incredible piece in a post by Horologie Ancienne, who very kindly helped me out with some crucial guidance as I was preparing this live stream. This is in fact the platinum sibling of the watch that we were just looking at, with an opaline white dial and a platinum 5-row beads of rice style bracelet to match. As you can see from that extra channel here on the bracelets, extra nook or notch, whatever you want to call it. Of course, these 1, 2, 3 notches are for the correctors, so you can have easier access to them with your pins. There's another corrector right here. But this notch in the middle row, most proximate to the case, of course, just gives you a better look at that brilliant cut diamond that is situated here at 6 o'clock between the lugs of the case. The brilliant cut diamond that is one of the birthmarks of a modern Patek Philippe wristwatch in platinum. This is again a piece that belonged to none other than Eric Clapton himself. And it was, in fact, sold by him to the father and son collective behind this really helpful and richly curated Instagram accounts. And incidentally, it was sold apparently at cost. I want to just read a few choice lines from their beautiful prose that they shared with their presentation of the piece. The 37mm case completes the immense charm of this reference, allowing the romantic poetry of the watch to close the circle. It wears spectacularly on the wrist. I wasn't the only one enamored with the perfect balance of the 5016. So was Eric Clapton. He approached Mr. Stern to request a one-of-a-kind piece. Mr. Slowhand asked for a white gold case fitted with a white gold bracelet, which is the one we just looked at, and one that was publicly sold back in November of 2014 by Christie's Geneva. He ordered one in white gold, matching white gold bracelet with a black dial. When he received that particular example, he decided the black dial was not for him. He, in fact, wanted to order this one to replace it, basically. But this time with the platinum case, matching bracelet, and a white dial. He wore it lovingly for quite some time. Horology Ancien continues before letting it go as he found it too heavy. Fortunate for us, because we love the heft of platinum. As with the vast majority of pieces, EPC sold. EPC being Eric Patrick Clapton. It was always at cost. And as you can see, and this is the case with the white gold example we just looked at as well. The sapphire case back is actually signed with Eric Clapton's initials. Right, we can actually listen to it. Well, I mean, it will sound extremely pampered, but you know, when Patek gets platinum right, as is the case with this example, it really does have that sonorous quality of kind of like clinking glasses in a cocktail party, you know, or like, you know, someone clinking on their glass, in fact, to give a grand statement, you know, kind of like share an eloquent speech or something. It's really beautiful. It does get that high pitch, crystalline quality really well. And again, Patek does this incredibly well in pink gold as well, which is to many their favorites, their preferred case metal for a Patek Minute Repeater. Not that I'm in the market of buying one, but the pink gold ones, to me, in their best examples, usually sound like church bells, which has, of course, this divine quality, right? It's very, very rich in both of its heightened and more quotidian invocations, but it's just not for me. But when they get it right with a platinum example, as is the case with this 1516 line 1P that had once belonged to one Eric Patrick Clapton, and that today is part of the Horology Ancienne collection. It's really one of a kind. It's amazing. That is the 5016 line 1P platinum with a white quote-unquote Breguet dial on its matching platinum bracelets. The Clapton one that now is in the Horology Ancienne collection. Now we are actually going to a reference that is a contemporary of reference 5016 in the way that it was introduced in 1993, but it is actually a genuine throwback to those mid-century examples of minute repeaters that we were looking at by Patek Philippe at the very beginning of this broadcast. when we were examining the 25-24s, those examples of the first serially produced reference of minute repeating wristwatches by Patek Philippe. You're looking at reference 3939. These pieces had scales, that had cases that scaled under 34 millimeters, I think close to 33.3 millimeters in diameter. So in that sense, they were a very close homage to those mid-century creations by Patek Philippe. You can see that in terms of the design of the lugs even, we hear, or we rather observe, a throwback to the 25-24 line 1. Of course, here the minute repeater is combined with a tourbillon escapement, the tourbillon regulatory mechanism. The 3939, in an important sense, is a reference similar to the 5959 in terms of that throwback quality, right? If the 5959, the single button split second chronograph by Patek Philippe, was a strong homage with its officer's case that harkened back to those classic and conservative dimensions of a mid-century Patek Philippe wristwatch. Again, similarly, less than 34 millimeters, closer to 33 millimeters in case diameter. The 3939 was an elegantly delicate and supremely sleek reference that was introduced in 1993 and stayed in production until 2009. There were about 300 examples of it made all together in all 3 shades of gold and platinum. The platinum examples amount to about 65 pieces, but only 25 of them have been publicly identified so far. The most recent example of this piece was sold by Sotheby's Hong Kong on October 6th in 2023 for almost 292,000 in US dollars. These days, something like this will set you back right around $300,000. So it checks out, it holds up. Speaking of those creations for the charity auction Only Watch, where Patek revived some interesting examples from their catalog, a lot of times very impressive pieces with chiming complications. Here is the 3939A, the stainless steel one-of-a-kind example with a black enamel dial, raised Breguet numerals, Breguet styled hands, small seconds on the subdial that corresponds to the hidden tourbillon. Of course, that is inscribed within that subdial, including the caliber number. And of course, MI indicates that this dial is in fact Grand Feu enamel in black, which is one of the most striking colors in enamel. It is also one of the hardest to achieve. This example, a pièce unique, was sold for the 2011 edition of Only Watch by Antiquorum in Monaco for $1.9 million. Now, some of the earliest examples of this minute repeating tourbillon wristwatch that were sold on public auction. We have to go back to March 23rd, 2004. This is an auction that Antiquorum held in the Grand Havana Room in Cuba, of all places, where this platinum example with a white enamel dial sold for more than 321,000 US dollars. And on July 9 of 2005, Antiquorum, this time in Hong Kong, sold the yellow gold example that you're looking at right now for more than 412,000 in US dollars. Now, I'm gonna take a very short break, but I'll be with you momentarily, and we are going to talk about the 5531R, which is a reference number that still exists in the Patek Philippe catalog, but which is a watch that's in the form that we will discuss, in the case metal that we will discuss, was introduced as part of the 2017 Watch Art exhibition in New York as a limited edition, and that is the 5531R. Uh-oh. Oh. Don't do this to me, every watch. Do not do this to me. All right, so we can find the 5531R very quickly from elsewhere. Hey, JB, how are you? I'm here. Thank you. 1999. Love you, man. Please hit the like button. We are talking about one of the most mythical and aspirational genres in horology, minute repeating wristwatches, focusing on some legendary references in Patek's history. We started with their mid-century creations, their first serially produced reference, 2524. We have talked about some of the most complicated wristwatches they have made at the time of their introduction, respectively 3974 minute repeating perpetual calendar with indicators for leap year and the moon phase when it was introduced in 1989, and the reference 5016, which held that honor, the most complicated Patek wristwatch, when it was introduced in 1993, and it had not only those functions, minute repeater, perpetual calendar with indicators for the leap year and the moon phase, it also had a tourbillon escapement and a retrograde hour hand. Dimitri, thank you, Dimitri. And I really appreciate you, Jake Brooks. And we have also talked about the throwback reference 3939, which was introduced more or less contemporaneously with the 5016 in 1993, but was a genuine homage to those early serially produced minute repeating wristwatches by Patek Philippe that were most ably represented by the 2524. And now we have almost reached the present in one of the most marvelous recent creations of Patek Philippe in contemporary time, namely the 5531R, a watch that combines once again two prestige complications by Patek Philippe, bringing together this time the world timer with a minute repeater in a watch that for the first time, in fact, chimes the time of the locality, that for the first time chimes you on demand the time that is at 12 of this watch, which in this case is Geneva, 10:08, more or less, right here. So you think about how it would chime that, and kind of think about it in your mind as I pull up this video. And it will help me take a short break, get a drink of water, and I'll be right back. Please enjoy this video in the meantime.
Bonjour, j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter notre nouvelle grande complication Patek Philippe. Il s'agit d'une répétition minute munie d'une heure universelle, la référence 5531R en or rose, qui réunit pour la première fois deux complications majeures, donc la répétition minute automatique en tant que mouvement de base, ainsi que le mécanisme d'heure universelle indiquant la fonction travel time et sonnant pour la première fois l'heure locale, c'est-à-dire l'heure de la ville qui se trouve à midi sur le cadran. En l'occurrence, nous avons Genève à midi, donc il est 10h10 du soir à Genève. Le cadran est en émail cloisonné et est une représentation du Lavaux. Le Lavaux est une région du canton de Vaud, en Suisse. Ce sont des vignobles qui surplombent le lac Léman. Enfin, j'aimerais souligner que cette pièce est une première dans la collection Patek Philippe, mais nous avions lancé 10 exemplaires en édition limitée pour la grande exhibition de New York en juillet 2017, avec 10 pièces, dont 5 avec une vue de Manhattan de nuit et 5 autres avec une vue de Manhattan de jour. Au niveau de l'affichage, on retrouve donc un disque des villes qui représente les 20...
Okay, I'm enjoying his French too much, but I have to quickly stop here because as beautiful as that was, I'm here to serve you. Now, we're talking about the 5531R, which was first introduced in New York as part of the watch art exhibition in 2017. At that time, it was a limited edition of 10 pieces. That depicts the New York skyline, 5 pieces by day, 5 pieces by night, in what was then executed in cloisonné enamel by one of the foremost artists of the craft, namely by Anita Porcher. Here's an example of those limited editions. that is New York by night, and here is New York by day. Sorry, I messed up the two. You are looking at New York by day, and here's an example of New York by night. Interesting. What happened there? Ah, right here. Beautiful piece. These were made in 5 examples each with the cloisonné enamel dials. Painted by Anita Porcher. Cloisonné enamel is a very intricate art of miniature painting with the outlines of that painting traced by hairline golden threads that are then filled with enamel powder to achieve those particular colors. Of course, fired in the oven multiple times to achieve that particular tint. These pieces are also incredibly beautiful before we get into the technical intricacies. The case band is entirely engine turns, guilloché with the hobnail pattern, and the pierced lugs are added at the end to enable that case band finish that wraps all around the watch.
Donc, on fabrique d'abord.
As you can see here, the architecture of the movement that was introduced in 1989 remains in large part the same, with an oversized micro rotor off-center placed, 22 karat guilloché gold oscillating weight, centrifugal governor at around 12 o'clock with a Calatrava cross on the cap. The stainless steel black polished hammers. But this is the R27HU. R for répétition minute, HU for heure universelle, which, of course, is the French phrase used for world time. And this particular execution of the movement has also the unique elements where the gong is actually mounted on the case band, as you see here, whereas traditionally, the gong that wraps itself around the movement is secured to the base plate of that movement. Now, if you had the pleasure and privilege of hearing the 5531 R in person, you would testify to this as well. This particular way of mounting the gong to the case band actually enhances the volume and the sustain of the sound. This is one of those ways, again, where Patek abides by its time-honored techniques, even as they abides by their time-honored techniques, even as they integrate at each step innovations that introduce significant improvements. Of course, this was also the first piece that can sound out the local time on demand. That's the integral part of the architecture. As you can see now in this diagram of the assembled watch, of the encased watch, you can see how that mount secures the gongs directly to the case band, whereas the traditional architecture would have mounted the gong directly to the base plate. So now I had mentioned that the limited edition that first introduced this reference depicted the New York skyline. Whereas the production version, the series depicts the Lavaux vineyards on the shores of Lake Geneva. Again, as you can see in that Clausenet enamel micro painting, that is done once again by Anita Porcher with polished gold beads at the quarters, brown PVD coated 24-hour ring to distinguish the night hours from the day. As you can see, there's sun at 12 o'clock and a crescent at 24 furthermore, and of course the 24-hour ring. The world time function is initiated by the pusher at 2 o'clock rather than 10, of course, as it is traditionally situated. That pusher, that button, helps you navigate through the 24-hour time zones that are depicted in the 24 cities as represented on the outer ring, and of course the slider on the left flank of the case initiates the minute repeater function on demand. Okay, I was about to start crying because every watch had gone down exactly when I needed them, but here we are back. Incidentally, the most recent lots that went up for auction, which was just a couple of weeks ago at Christie's Hong Kong, went unsold. This is an example from the serial production with the Lac Le Mans at the center of the dial, the Lake Geneva scene. The estimates, the pre-auction estimates was set between 1.1 million to 2.1 million, but the watch was not sold. Nevertheless, Christie's New York in June sold a similar example for more than 2.2 million in US dollars. And as you can see, the median price for the 4 watches in the last 12 months was 1.2 million. The auction range was between 1 to 1.5 million. And the earliest example of the serial production was sold sorry, that was the earliest example. What am I talking about? In June 2022. The latest example was actually on November 4th. In Sotheby's Geneva, that sold for a little more than $1 million. An example of New York by day sold for almost $2.2 million back in December 2021. Another one selling last June for 1.5 million as well. Again, this is a piece that is perhaps the most modern and most contemporary that we are looking at so far. The case diameter is almost 42 millimeters, which is significant. And the thickness, however, is right around 12 millimeters, which makes this watch, I think, highly wearable. Again, the diameter from 10 to 4 o'clock is 40.2 millimeters. The width 9 to 3 o'clock is 43.8, and the lug-to-lug length is 47.35. But the case is right under or right around 12 millimeters. So now that we have gone through this beautiful reference and listened to Patek's own presentation of it, let's hear it one more time, this time in the New York edition. And here is once again a serially produced version. And again, without, what's going on? Without wanting to deprive you of any oral experience, of course, already between those two different renditions with different equipment and with different focus of the two channels that have previously filmed this reference and recorded it, you could already hear almost two distinctly different watches. Of course, as I mentioned, in person, even two examples of the same reference in the same case metal can sound a little different from each other. So it's necessarily imperfect and incomplete to share with you just digital recordings of these examples. It's, to me, ultimately also unsatisfactory to only talk about kind of taste notes experience, where I try to use a few different catchphrases to talk to you about what is essentially a very subjective and even aesthetic experience. But I think this kind of episode would be ultimately kind of deprived of its punch, of even its life's blood at a certain instance, if I did not share with you any chime of any of these watches. Now we are looking at a reference that is closer to us in time. That's our own I love Maldives, and thank you once again, Maldives, for trusting me with this work. We're looking at the 5078. Oh, okay. The 5078 was produced until 2019. And it was launched in 2005 first. Let me bring up an example, since every watch seems to be down again. This is an example from 2006 in platinum with a white enamel dial with ever so slightly and wonderfully elongated Roman numerals, a railroad track for the minutes, seconds on a recessed subdial at 6. This is a white enamel dial, which is very elegant with a subtle but eye-catching shine, of course. The case is 38.5 millimeters, so it scales right under 39, which is in a way my favorite case size. I think it's even more perfect than 40, which is understood as the modern Goldilocks, so to speak. Now we were talking about, wow, look at that from the profile. Again, you can see how the profile of this case in so many aspects reproduces some of the most distinctive elements, all the recognizable birthmarks of the generations of minute repeating wristwatches from Patek Philippe that we were looking at, that's slightly protruding mid case, those elegantly swooping downturned lugs that have a very fine fluting on their edges to give them that recognizable step. In this case, also a domed, slightly domed bezel. And again, speaking of the legacy, once again, you have a movement that is built on that micro rotor caliber, the R27, this time R27 PS, Petite Seconde, of course, in reference to those small seconds on the subdial at 6, the Geneva seal, the hallmark of Geneva on the balance bridge, the Calatrava cross cap on the centrifugal governor, which of course regulates the tempo of the chime, and of course the black polished hammers, which are combined this time with cathedral gongs. The traditional, the conventional gongs wrap around once around the movement. Cathedral gongs are about 1.5 times longer, so twice, roughly wrap around twice around the movement. There are a few different variations of this piece produced over the years. I really like the one with the white dial and Roman numerals. I think that's a very elegant look. But there was also one with a black dial, glossy black dial. Here's a single sealed example that was sold recently on June 8th by Sotheby's in New York for roughly $457,200 in US dollars. In the last 2 months, these watches had a median auction price of $754,200 in US dollars. A white dial, white enamel dial example, just like the one we were looking at from the Keystone momentarily. Sold by Christie's Hong Kong for almost $354,000 in US dollars, with about 4 examples sold in the last 12 months. The median price of these pieces is right around $400,000 as well. And more recently, this special edition, which has a black enamel dial with arabesque motifs and dagger-shaped indices, in white gold, sold about 2 weeks ago on November 25th by Christie's in Hong Kong for $485,000 US dollars. There are also examples of it in different metals as well, with a pink gold number, white enamel dial with elongated Roman numerals, selling for more than $305,000 back in May 2022 by Christie's Hong Kong. And one of the earliest examples to come up for auction again, 5078 platinum with the white enamel dial, selling by Christie's Geneva back on November 11th, 2007 for more than $426,000 in US dollars. Very, very beautiful reference that once again stands at that threshold. It harkens back in terms of its styling, in terms of even its proportions. It gestures towards that mid-century period, which was definitive for minute repeating wristwatches for Patek. It's slender, it's elegant, it's wearable. The case, sculpturally, so to speak, is reminiscent of that time, even though the diameter is more contemporary. although of course cases would get bigger already in the next generation. So with that being said, the 5078 stands at that threshold, a neo vintage precipice, so to speak, where we get some of the most important technical benefits of modern Patek, which I think the cathedral gongs can certainly testify to. But you're also getting the incredible, iconic, and timeless experience, design, and of course, sound quality in volume, in tempo, and in pitch from Patek Philippe. Here is the 5078P with the white enamel dial. You know, again, of course, digitized recording, whatever else, but you can more or less get an experience of that sound, right? It's a very, very special piece, and I think, to me at least, it's more special because it is actually so wearable, and so muted on one level, right? It's just like a dress watch, any other dress watch, just a three-hander basically on the face of it, but it is carrying so much of that tradition, so much of that craftsmanship already on the face of it to those who can see, but most certainly in terms of its chiming function on demand for anyone else who can hear. And that's perhaps one of the most charming things about the minute repeater. You can only have a similar experience in a manner that appeals to, this time, a tactile sense with a pocket watch, right? When, especially when you have an oversized piece in precious metal, if you bring it out of your pocket, it brings such a presence into that room, both in terms of the heft of its material, but also in terms of the sheer emotional weight of the kind of work and savoir-faire that went into the making of that horological object, of that mechanical object. And in the same way, and again, that's how a minute repeater opens up or peels off that layer of emotional experience in a way that we don't always reach with other mechanical wristwatches. When you operate that slide, a whole new dimension of experiencing horology opens up for you and anyone else who might inhabit that space with you. And it's transformative, right? I don't want to sound so so much like a cult leader of sorts, but it's hard to describe it in any other words than ones that liken the audience of a high-level minute repeater in person. It's almost transformative. Now, this was 5078. I want to look at also a couple of pieces that are likewise modern, that are more contemporary, much like some of the references that we have been looking at, the 5531R, which brought together the world time and the minute repeater, that is today presented or represented by the 5531G in the catalog. Of course, the 5531 carried over, or rather implemented, a number of technological achievements or technical achievements that we were talking about in mounting the gongs to the case band rather than the base plate of the movement, which enriches the sound and especially its sustain. And it was also the first of its kind to chime the local time. And now we're looking at the 5539. The 5539 by the way, I don't know what I said earlier, but 5078 was produced, I think I said discontinued in 2019, but I think it was discontinued in 2016, and then maybe came back in that white gold version, or produced at the end in that white gold version with the black enamel dial and arabesque motifs. Anyway, so if I make any of these small mistakes and you know better, so to speak, you know how to correct me, please feel free to write it in the chat. If you note it after the fact, if you listen to this as a recording, please feel free to leave a comment or reach out to me on Instagram. I'll be more than happy to follow up and make any corrections when it's necessary. We are now looking at the 5539. This is a piece that was first introduced in 2013 at the Basel World. It was discontinued in 2019. Once again, we have a reference that combines the minute repeater with a tourbillon escapement, much like the 3939 that we looked at. In this case, you have a watch that's styled a little bit differently. With an officer's case, and a black enamel dial. The officer's case is, of course, distinguished by its slightly downturned and extended lugs that have a screw-through connection, attachment to the strap. And the piece also has a very beautiful set of spade hands, of which the elegantly twisted minute hand is a particular highlight. Of course, all of this is complemented by the raised Breguet numerals and the polished gold beads that form the minute track. You have a slightly oversized subdial for the seconds at 6 o'clock, which is signed tourbillon and inscribed with the unique movement number. This is a piece that was made in white gold. An astonishing, again, open-worked batwing style bridge. Which I personally adore. And again, all those hand-finished details that take the aesthetics of the movement to the next level. This reference was only produced in white gold, introduced in 2013. In 2016, the black enamel dial version was joined by a blue enamel dial version which we will also look at. This is the 5539G with the black enamel dial in one of the most recent examples that have come up on public auction, namely on November 26th, 2022, when it sold for more than $645,000 US dollars by Christie's in Hong Kong. In the last 2 years, 2 of these watches have come up for this auction, and the median auction hammer price hovers right around $500,000 in US dollars. Seemingly, there are no blue versions that have come up for public auction, but the earliest example of the black dial that was sold was in this sealed manner as it left the manufacturer by Sotheby's, New York on June 7th in 2016, where it realized a hammer price of $382,000 in US dollars. A similar performance by another example on June 11th, 2019, by Bonhams in Hong Kong, where it's realized a little more than $350,000. And here is how it chimes. Very, very cool. Okay, so we are now going to look at one of the more modern pieces, a piece that once again exists in the current catalog, albeit in a slightly different form. This is the 5316P. We can think of the 5316P as the contemporary reincarnation of the 5016 that we were looking at. That's beautiful and distinct combination of a perpetual calendar with the minute repeater, but of course, again, with the added complications of a retrograde date hand as well as tourbillon escapement. This is an example of the 5316 in platinum with a black enamel dial. The piece has obus-shaped hour markers. Of course, the perpetual calendar with leap year and moon phase indicators, small seconds at 6, retrograde hand that indicates the date on a scale that is shaped as a downward facing crescent in the upper half of the dial. Here is a familiar face in the form of the RTO 27 PSQR. Of course, this time bearing Patek Philippe's own hallmark, since this is an example that comes from 2019, one that was sold by Philips in Geneva in 2020. The 5316 is a Grand Complication that was first released in 2017 in the form that you are currently looking at, with a Grand Feu black enamel dial as a classic interpretation, as a contemporary combination of a minute repeater with a perpetual calendar and a tourbillon, and carrying forward the torch in such an important way, and in an enlarged case as well, this time scaling right around 40 millimeters. Into the contemporary. The 5016, as we mentioned, was discontinued in 2011. Of course, there's the only watch 2015, the pièce unique in stainless steel. But 5316 is the heir to the throne that was first introduced in this form in platinum with a Grand Feu black enamel dial. This particular example sold on November 7th, 2020 by Philips in Hong Kong for more than 658,000 in US dollars. And today, this beauty is presented in the lineup in an even more contemporary fashion. The reference number is the same, but this is almost a different watch. You're looking at the 5316 line 50P. This is a reinterpretation of the 5316 with a metallized blue dial, which is fashioned out of sapphire crystal. It has also a black gradient rim, which adds a tinge of mystery to what is otherwise a great mechanical spectacle under the dial. As you guys know, a lot of the modules that sit on the base of the movement find themselves on the dial side. This is certainly the case with a perpetual calendar module. And here, of course, at midnight especially, you have a very, very unique spectacle in front of your eyes, already on the dial side. And of course, on the back, you have, once again, in its stillness, an almost sculptural work of art with all the hand-finished details. And when it's, in fact, chiming, another level of visual entertainment is inserted into the frame, is added to the picture, with the movement of the centrifugal governor. The Calatrava cross almost is animated, and of course, along with the euphoric harmony that emanates from the watch, it's always a delight to look at those black polished stainless steel hammers too, as they strike at the gong. And of course, the look of this watch shouldn't fool you too much. I think it's a fantastic aesthetic. It's beautiful, youthful, sporty, and elegant at the same time. And it's also very wearable, right? Scaling right between 40 and 42, depending on how you measure it in diameter, and its height barely over 13.3, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But of course, like with any minute repeater, it has that slight drawback. A serious treatment of waterproofing, so to speak, a genuinely secured sports watch case is not necessarily the most amenable to the sonority of a chiming watch. So all these watches that we have talked about in terms of Patek's range are, of course, humidity proof and dust proof, but not at all waterproof. So make sure to take it off before you wash the dishes, or even before you put the dishes into the dishwasher. I mean, be careful with these things. Do wear them on a daily basis if you want. Certainly on special occasions. Certainly even on a moderately active working day, but beyond that, I think even with this contemporary aesthetic, these are far from sports watches. Sporty indeed, presented with this calfskin leather strap with fabric style embossing and contrast stitching, but not a sports watch by any measure. Of course, this is an application piece. Which I think is around $1 million, if I'm not mistaken. Already on list, although I might be, I researched it and that's what I came up with. Of course, this is on request, and I did not recently request it from Patek Philippe, but at least that's the ballpark figure that I was able to reach. And again, it's a fantastic representation of all these prestige complications that we have been talking about in the way that are brought together by Patek Philippe in a Grande Complication, in the way that this watch brings together a minute repeater with a perpetual calendar, of course, with its leap year indicators and moon phase indicator, but also a tourbillon escapement, not to mention the retrograde date hand. I want to see if I can find the chime for this. Yes. And as you see again, you see how finely rounded and polished those spokes are on that hardened solid gold center wheel that animates the tourbillon. And you see how with the rotation of the governor, that Calatrava cross almost comes to life as well. It kind of looks like a beating heart, doesn't it? Again, these are watches that come to life in sight and in sound. These are watches that bring together the best of tradition and the best of modernity. These are watches that can be some of the most exclusive and individual expressions of horological taste, but they can also be extremely inclusive and energizing in terms of the experience, where people get to hear it and admire it together in the same room when they inhabit the same space. And these are pieces, again, that perhaps bind together most meaningfully and most substantively both the material and emotional, both the technical and also less tangible, but no less significant sensory aspects of our love for horology. I was here with you tonight with the second episode of our new installment, which at I Love Maldives' urging and with very kind guidance from Horology Ancienne, we dedicated to Patek's minute repeating wristwatches. We started with the first serially produced reference, 2524. We went through the build and architecture of these marvelous mechanical objects. We thought about the techniques and aesthetics of their movements. We poured through auction results. We admired some unique examples. We re-experienced Patek's redoubled commitment to chiming watches and to complications that bring together the minute repeater with other prestigious complications, such as the perpetual calendar, as they introduced, for example, the 3974 on their 150th anniversary, when Philipp Stern was presiding over the company. We have admired some of the rare and even unique examples of the 3974, which also saw the introduction of a self-winding micro-rotor movement and the integration of a centrifugal governor to minute repeating wristwatches by Patek Philippe. In the supremely elegant early cases made by Jean-Pierre Agman, these references are not only historically important, but also horologically significant, sonorously pleasant, and they command a significant premium indeed. We have made our way into the modern, the contemporary, with a perennial favorite in 5016. That almost everyone loves, none more than perhaps Eric Clapton and Horology Ancienne, which they own the example in platinum. That's Eric Clapton had specially ordered from Philippe Stern. We have traveled back in time again with this throwback combination of the 3939, an incredible feat of miniaturization once again in a piece that was introduced in 1993 and that captured, that brought together two prestigious elements of a Patek Philippe wristwatch in one neat package, namely the minute repeater and tourbillon escapement, here with a beautiful white enamel dial with applied Breguet numerals and Breguet styled hands as well. Look at how fine this watch is, also from profile. The wearability of all these watches, all these references being perhaps their calling card. Of course, we have looked at some of the unique examples, some of the one-of-a-kind pieces produced in stainless steel for the Only Watch. This is the Only Watch 2011 version in stainless steel with black enamel dial for the 3939. Earlier, I skipped over the Only Watch 2015, which was the 5016A, the unique stainless steel example of the 5016 with striking blue enamel dial. And our journey took us again into a more recent watch in the example of another stunning melding of two prestige complications, this time a world timer with a minute repeater. This piece was not only world first in sounding out the local time, it also used a special mounting system for the gongs that attach them directly to the caseband, which enriches the quality and sustain of the sound. And of course, this is to say nothing of the supremely beautiful case, and of course, the artistry of the dial, which has a cloisonné enamel center, a miniature painting created for Patek Philippe by Anita Porchet. We have looked at various examples of the 5078, which looked back to 3939, but updating it, revising it, as it were, for our time by scaling it up to 39 millimeter in diameter, even as it kept the elegance and wearability of the piece. Of course, this piece is built on a micro rotor caliber, does not have a tourbillon escapement like the 3939, but is no less elegant for that, as you can see in this beautiful example. And of course, this piece has the cathedral gongs, which wrap around basically twice around the movement, and thus increase the quality of both the low pitch and high pitch strikes. This was an example that was sold by Sotheby's Hong Kong on April 4th, 2023. Breguet numerals on a white enamel dial in a platinum case for $566,000 US. We have furthermore looked at 5539, which, like 3939, brought together the minute repeater with the tourbillon escapement, rendering it again in a throwback aesthetic, but perhaps this time differently. Officer's case, spade hands, and a black enamel dial. Again, a very short production. You know, I don't have to repeat this every time. These pieces are very exclusive, but when you're looking at some of these references, Their numbers are measured in dozens and not even hundreds. This piece, perhaps around 60, less than 100, even more rare with the blue enamel dial, which had an even shorter production time. And we have finally arrived perhaps at an important example from the catalog, which was the 5316, of course, first introduced in 2017 with a black enamel dial, but reintroduced in this wondrous example more recently in the 2023 edition of Watches and Wonders with a sapphire crystal dial, blue metallic effects, and a black radiant rim, which turns the dial side of this horological machine, this horological wonder maker, to a visual spectacle as well, especially at midnight, at the turn of the month. Because once again, just like 5016, what you have here is a combination of a minute repeater with a perpetual calendar that has indicators for the leap year and moon phase, but also a retrograde hand. Thank you. Can you hear me now, Maldives? Please let me know, and let me know also where I roughly cut off. What was the last thing you heard by me? Thank you. I was basically closing by saying that this is a new series that I introduced at I Heart Maldives. I love Maldives' urging. The first episode was on a modern classic, FP Jean Tourbillon. If you haven't watched it, I've dropped the link now in the chat. So please do hit the like button, before you sign off today. At the end of the day, again, this is a channel that doesn't have any sponsors, that is not, fed and nourished and guided by gray market dealers. I'm not in the pocket of the industry or the auction houses, which means that I can speak freely, which means I can express my opinion, I can speak my mind, and I can be your advocate and your advocate only. So this channel lives and dies, and for now survives and thrives with the generosity and support of people like you, people like I Love Maldives, I Heart Maldives, and people like Jake Brooks and also St. Peter. So I really appreciate that. If you want to support the channel, you know how. The links are there in the description. You can always become a member, which gives you access to exclusive content, which keeps increasing and which will eventually include more genres of content that won't be available on a daily basis. More importantly, anything you give in the manner of super chats, super stickers, the comments you leave as super thanks, all of that goes back into the channel anyways, and comes back to you in terms of quality and quantity of content. And you guys know that I dedicate more and more time to this channel, and this is going to be the case in an intensified manner since starting with May. So I genuinely look forward to that time. But in the meantime, and especially until that time, I depend on your support. So I very much appreciate this. Maldives, thank you for your help and encouragement. This was, again, the second installment of our new series, References and Auction Results, RAAR, or RAAR, focusing on some of the most iconic watches where we dig deep into their historical and horological details, nuances, where we make our way through auction results, some of the representative cases, and our first episode focused on the FP Jean Tourbillon. I posted the link in the chat. Our second installment of today went through, not exhaustively by any means, but by focusing on 8 important references on minute repeating Patek Philippe wristwatches, and a third installment is on the way, which will focus on an iconic Rolex sports watch. We couldn't do without that, and I couldn't do it without you. Thank you again. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. Please wear and enjoy your watches. Take care. Good night. Hit the like button.